Thank you. Thank you for your service and all that you have done to help us.
All right. So our next one is actually a special recognition for Mr. Max Garner. Come down, please. In appreciation for your years of service as legal counsel to Montgomery County School District, your commitment, counsel, and support has strengthened our schools and benefited the students, families, and community. 1996 to 2020.
Wow.
Good job, man.
All right, did anybody find Jordan Hamilton? I wanted her to be able to read the names of our national board teachers. National board certified teacher, that's what we're missing.
Are any of those teachers who?
They were earlier, but we've already given their certificates.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, I just don't say we could recognize them.
Yeah.
6 years.
I want you to read your recognition, and if you want to call out just the names. Just the names, and how you want your recognition. Yeah. Just names that we know. Okay. I don't think we're gonna learn. So we could just read that we recognize them today.
Okay, yes, we did do a whole national board, and we recognized our national board teachers. We did a reception, and we are super proud of our national board teachers. It's an awesome accomplishment. We're trying to get more teachers in Montgomery County to go through the national board process, but we would like our national board teachers in our district to be mentors to them. So some names that we did recognize: Sharon Thompson, Jeanette Dawkins, Ashley Linthicum, Morgan Blake, Amanda Henley, Esther McDonald, Angela Kroll, Michelle Williams, Dr. Maxine Brown, Heather Gordon, Dr. Heather Soule, Leslie Schaffner, Daniel Kern, Katie Kimry, Sarah Talbert, Aaron Leach, and Jan Ray, and Miss Angela Avant. So those are the ones that came today. But we do have a few more, so yes, it was a great turnout.
Yes, thank you.
So thank y'all.
Okay, now we'll turn it over to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. We have some visitors here this evening. Do you want to introduce our visitors?
Yes, we have Dr. Jamie Stroud and Dr. Alethea Taylor from our DPI District School Support Team, and they're going to provide an update about our progress thus far this year with their technical support, leading our district out of school improvement status. But we still have great work to do, but they wanted to be sure that they shared an update thus far.
Good evening, everyone. I am Alethea Taylor, and I am one of the members of the Department of Public Instruction who is here working with Montgomery County Schools in collaboration and partnership with Dr. Roseborough and her staff and team. Thank you for allowing us to come tonight. We would like to share with you our shared commitment and the true partnership that we have with Montgomery County Schools. First of all, we would like to say thank you. We express sincere appreciation for all of the hard work and collaboration that has been done thus far. Montgomery County Schools really have exhibited a collaborative spirit and partnership with us, and it's one like no other. And we really are proud of the work and the partnership that has happened thus far, and we're looking for great things to happen throughout the school year. Together, we're building a true foundation of sustained instructional excellence for all the students here in Montgomery County Schools. As a just a definition of what low performing status is, just to provide some background, low performing schools or districts are ones that are in low performing status for at least 3 years consecutively. So there are certain schools within Montgomery County who have this status. So I will explain. Camden Elementary was low performing for the past 3 years. East Middle, low performing status for 2 years, 24-23. Greenridge Elementary, low performing status all 3 years. Mount Gilead, low performing status for 3 years. Page Street, low performing status for 2 years, 24-25 and 24-23. And West Middle for all 3 years. So in order for a district to be in low performing status, it has to be consistently low performing, as well as at least 50% of the schools that are on their list have to be in low performing status. So as you can see, if you look at the 24-25 school year, 6 of the schools out of the district were on low performing status, and that's why the Montgomery County School as a school district is within low performing status. All right, this is my partner, Dr. Jamie Stroud, and she will continue to share some information with you.
Good evening. So in July, last summer, July 21st and 22nd, we kicked off the district improvement planning session. My colleague, Dr. Susan Silver, and I came and met with a large number of district central office staffs and principals and superintendent for a 2-day session. Day 1 was really focused in on looking at shared common core values that the district can uphold, as well as developing a vision and mission statement. These are both posted after the hard work, I will say, of those individuals during day 1, with the mission being Montgomery County Schools envisions a future where every student is empowered to reach their highest potential through strong partnerships with families and the community, fostering safe, respectful, and supportive learning environments that inspire growth and lifelong success. The vision, Montgomery County Schools in partnership with families and the community will create safe and supportive learning environments for all students that foster a culture of growth and high expectations for learning. Through quality educational experiences, all students are valued, challenged, and empowered to achieve their highest potential and discover their purpose. On day 2, we went through a root cause analysis protocol. We facilitated that based on district staff feedback and developed a shared goal and action steps toward that goal for continuous improvement. In Ms. Suzanne Owen's absence, she was unable to be with us here tonight. This is some of the work that she has facilitated with Dr. Roseborough. So what you see is a chart that outlines several things, but includes indicators from NC STAR. NC STAR, of course, is the state platform for housing school improvement plans. So there are 4 district goals and NC STAR indicators. This plan reflects a strong and intentional partnership between Dr. Roseborough and Suzanne Owen, who is a school improvement specialist at NCDPI, ensuring Montgomery County Schools district priorities are aligned with school-level expectations. Through ongoing collaboration, district goals, indicators, and supports have been strategically connected to the work occurring in schools, creating a clear and unified direction for improvement. This alignment is designed to drive meaningful implementation and improve student outcomes across the district. And next, as a representative of the diagnostics team, I'm speaking for the entire diagnostics team, who began in November of '25 and through January, completed needs assessments at each of the Montgomery County schools. These one-day visits involve team members from DPI who come in, observe classrooms in action, look at instruction, look at student work, but also they meet with teacher focus groups, they meet with student focus groups, they interview leadership and support staff at the school level, as well as district leadership team member. And at the end of the day, based on all the voices that have shared the information and the findings, all of that evidence is used to synthesize and come up to a final conclusion of prioritized areas for improvement. And those are shared with the school at the end of the needs assessment process and are also included in a report. 1 week following the needs assessment, each school also participated in what is called the Jump Start session, which is with the school leadership team, someone like myself from diagnostics, and a district representative to look at those areas, those prioritized focus areas for improvement, and start making plans for school improvement, really looking at action steps and moving in a positive direction to ensure improved outcomes for all children.
So as a result of this diagnostic information that was gathered and all the feedback that we gained from the staff at the schools, the students, the teachers, and the district staff, all of that feedback that was gathered during the summer, as well as those needs assessments that was done and conducted throughout the course of the first semester. Now we have my team, as well as you see up here, you see Suzanne Owens, which is the person that was referred to earlier, as well as Dr. Gertrude Newton Lyons, as well as Dr. Kelly Batt. They're absent today, but they're here working along with the district as well. We collaboratively look at these areas of need that were clearly identified through the school's input and shared information from these visits, assessment visits, as well as the feedback given from the summer. We aligned those areas and looked at what are our priorities. How can we help provide support through ongoing coaching, monitoring, and co-facilitation with district leaders here in the areas of need based on all this data that has been collected directly from the schools. After we gained this area of need and the assessment, we went through all of the assessments from each of the schools and looked at what were the trends and patterns that were displayed across all schools that were common in assessment. And we start with looking at the strengths, because we need to identify strengths, because we want to know what are we doing right. And we're doing a lot of things right. We're doing a lot of things good. And we want to make sure we keep doing those things, because sometimes we don't know what to continue doing because we're doing so many. But the things that have the most impact are the things that we speak on. For example, strong school culture and climate was a trend across the district, which is a wonderful thing, especially after COVID. Students showing respectful behavior, teachers maintaining orderly environments in the classroom, visible leadership. Visible leadership. Your leaders are in and out and amongst the classes. Visible leadership. Principals, facilitators actively engage with students and staff throughout the day. Collaborative shared leadership. So working collaboratively with one another between district and school levels. School improvement teams and PLCs fostering a culture of valuing teachers and their input. Collective decision making. That has been a common thing across this district as well. Schools using targeted intervention and block, whether it's after school or during school, to assess and address student learning needs. These were positive trends that we definitely want to enhance and continue. So we also look for trends and patterns of things that we need to work on and improve in order to enhance student learning. Now, of course, once again, we use this information that was gathered from our schools. So based on information that was gathered from the teachers and the students, there's a direct need for increasing instructional rigor. So by this, we mean we need to increase student engagement and analysis and higher order thinking activities and skills. We need to increase the challenges that we provide with students and academic discourse. So there's a need of consistently providing meaningful student dialogue. So everything needs to be consistent in order for it to make an impact. We need to have effective use of data. So we need to look at our data and help that drive our instructional decisions. Why do we choose professional development? Why are we choosing this particular strategy in order to teach our students? We need to look at professional development in specific focus areas. And based on all of the data that was collected, the professional development has been and will be centered around rigorous instruction, student engagement, instructional monitoring, instructional feedback, as well as coaching. So we are helping our instructional leaders support and guide our teachers in all of these areas. So specifically, we have been providing and will continue to provide technical assistance in these areas. In some ways that this look has been looking at our district goals and enhancing our strategic plan. So we have gone into detail in providing action steps of what will this look like in the district, across the district with the district leaders. We have had a targeted focus on instructional leadership. So working with our district leaders, working with our principals, our instructional coaches, our leadership coaches, our assistant principals, in specific areas such as academic monitoring. How will our teachers know what the look-fors are in their classroom? How will they walk around and look at student work and what the students are producing and doing to ensure that they're doing what is expected to learn the standards that they are supposed to be teaching? We're looking at instructional modeling. Are we modeling the academic behavior and strategies that we expect to see students perform and do in the classroom? And what type of student engagement is happening in the class? So is it rigorous? Is it high-level thinking? Is it engaged, talking and listening on the level of thinking that we want our students to perform? Also, all of these concepts and things are done within professional learning communities and professional development. So we have systems and processes in place that help our instructional leaders imply and have effective professional learning communities. Having effective and consistent observation and feedback, helping our principals, assistant principals, instructional leaders walk around and look and observe and work in classrooms and have conversations with our teachers and provide feedback to help them grow. Instructional frameworks. What are our instructional frameworks in each school? So if we walk into a school and you ask the teacher, what does teaching and learning look like here? They should all collectively be able to share and explain to you what their expectation is, what it looks like, what it tastes like, what it sounds like. And everybody should be singing the same song. Targeted math curriculum support, specifically helping to understand standards, specifically helping them to understand if this is the standard, what should the instruction look like to teach this standard? What should the students be doing in order to demonstrate the learning of that standard? So we are getting down into the details about that, specific target support. These are your district goals. Your leadership team has worked extremely hard in creating the strategic plan. These leadership goals are wonderful because they are very targeted on specific things that they're expected to see in the building. So some of the ways we have supported these instructional district goals have been like the leadership collaboration. The leadership teams have collectively gone in schools together, done relay walkthroughs, looked and support instructional observation and provided feedback to principals to help them guide, providing feedback to teachers. So that's one of the things that have been done in order to support the goal, but also to support and enhance instructional leadership across the district. They will also impact student learning. Another example, collaborative culture. So there have been improved communication systems. So we have weekly senior leadership meetings as well as monthly professional learning communities for principals and assistant principals where your district leadership team members sit down side by side collaboratively with your principals and assistant principals and have conversations about expectations, look for, district goals, what can we do to help and support the schools. And they have been doing that monthly. So there have been some notable signs of progress that we have seen thus far with these goals that have already been implemented and put into action. Some of them have been consistent processes and procedures that have been in place. Now there are some expectations and people are on those processes and procedures, and some things are running smoothly. There's been an increase in communication collaboration. For example, we just talked about the weekly leadership meetings that are very transparent and update on progress. The district leaders share out what they have been working on and updates on things, as well as questions and time to answer and get feedback or ask for support in different areas. Also, we have a collaborative meeting with DPI, Job-alike personnel, and the Montgomery County School District leaders. So we've had 2 thus far, but that's an opportunity for our district leaders to sit down side by side. So if I work in a particular area here at Montgomery County, my person who supports me at DPI comes in and sits side by side, and I get to ask questions, say what I need. They share resources, give feedback, or maybe set up professional development training or whatever's needed. There's an instructional focus that has been very clearly identified in some of the schools. We have been really clear on what the look-fors have been and defining that instructional framework. So now that you can walk in some of the schools and they can literally tell you, this is how we teach and learn, this is what teaching and learning looks like in our building, and this is how we're working on that. Data-driven decision-making, helping the teachers, district leaders, principals, assistant principals, instructional facilitators as a whole. How do we make decisions that are best for students based on our data? One way that is already being implemented, there is a consistent after-school tutoring program that has been implemented now district-wide with specific focus on prime areas, as well as specifically knowing what the look-fors and the end results are going to be. And so there's constant and consistent feedback and conversation now going on in regards to expectations and what should be happening within those programs and what the look-fors are as far as how will that impact student achievement. Effective PLC. We just shared some conversation about that and how we develop instructional frameworks as a whole across schools. So just to share something so that everybody can understand, when we do implement things within a turnaround district, a lot of times we expect for things to happen quickly, but anything that is sustained change that will have a positive and major impact must take 3 to 5 years in order to have a sustainable change that will make a positive impact. We will expect to see some progress and upswing and some improvement, but research shows, and this is notable research, any consistent action that is constant and that is some processes and procedures that have been laid and put in place, any notable change that will make a sustained impact and long-lasting, it will not go away overnight. Long-lasting change takes 3 to 5 years. So we wanted to make sure we make that statement because we do not expect to see change overnight. We expect and hope for sustainable, long-lasting, impactful change, and that's from 3 to 5 years. But holistically, we also want to share that Montgomery County Schools is moving through that natural arc with determination and fidelity to its plan. So this is to ensure a pathway of continuous improvement that is long-lasting and not just overnight. Thank you.
I think you have some questions.
I've got just a quick question. Did y'all visit all the schools?
Yes.
And if I understand you correctly, you visited the classrooms, observed, and then critiqued based on what you saw in the classroom?
So are you referring to the needs assessment?
Dr. Stroud.
The needs assessment?
Oh, the needs assessment process?
Right.
The needs assessment process includes classroom observations It includes looking at student work. It includes speaking with teachers in a teacher focus group. It includes a student focus group, meeting with administration, meeting with school support staff, meeting with district personnel.
So, but my question is, you actually go in the classroom while the teacher was
Instructing,
teaching,
correct.
and then observed and made observations based on that?
Yes, with a rubric.
Okay. With that teacher afterwards?
No. This is a trends-based process that we look for triangulation of evidence. So it is not ever intended to provide one-on-one feedback, nor will the report reveal one-offs, like if there was, something that was not part of the trend, but it's a complete trend-based. So that's what the team goes in looking for, are trends across the school.
Okay. So y'all didn't meet with the teachers and say, you're doing this really well, this is what you want to work on?
No, this does not want to cloud the evaluation process in any way. So it's simply a trends-based report and a trends-based process.
Okay. And the last question I have is, you talked about students, tutoring for students after school. How many students have we had that's taken advantage of that?
Well, we'll have to get that data and share that with you. I don't have that right here with me, but we do have it where we can get and provide that to you.
Yes, sir.
School could invite up to 60 students, and we use their data to identify those students.
Can we get that by school?
Yes, sir.
Who's showing up?
Yes, sir.
Or how many students? I don't need names. How many students?
Right.
Thank y'all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
I do, and I feel like it's, I'm sorry, if I interrupt you. I feel like this is probably something I should already know, but of the reform models, how is it determined that Montgomery County Schools would go through the turnaround model, not the transformation or the restart of, so how is that determined?
Well,
We have not adopted a specific model.
Okay,
But we are a district that is in turnaround status because we launched the technical support
okay,
for them to support us. So we are on the path of continuous improvement.
but we're not
If we were to
necessarily.
go through turnaround, restart, or transformation, there are steps that we would have to take in terms of leadership and staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask, when you go into the classroom and you said you use a rubric to assess kind of what you see, are the teachers, principals, do they know the rubric in advance?
Yes, there's a lengthy orientation that all principals and district staff attend prior to a district receiving abbreviated needs assessment processes. So there is a long orientation, and then the principal has materials, a thick book of guidance to share that information with the staff, and is even given materials in order to be able to share that information with the staff.
When did y'all start this?
I believe it was November 18th, if I'm not mistaken, was the very first
to
one.
like the beginning of January
Mhm.
because of weather.
And as part of that feedback, with all the resources, as large an organization as DPI is, do you ever go in and co-teach or model lessons for the teachers based on your assessments on those rubrics?
Sometimes, so at this point, our support is in response to those areas of need. And because of numbers, we can't go in every classroom and do modeling. We would love to, don't have the time or the number of people anymore, unfortunately. But what we do in most research, if you impact and support and improve leadership, then you're impacting and supporting and improving instruction for children. Because what we do have is capability to support your instructional leaders. And guiding and supporting and providing them with tools and strategies is not only impactful to them now, but long lasting. Because when we're gone, they'll still be here impacting other students. So what we're gonna do is focus on impacting our leaders. So our leaders can then work on impacting and shifting a change for their teachers, which will also shift and change learning for students.
That sounds great, but I was a lateral entry teacher, so I didn't have the pedagogy classes. So if you were to come into my classroom and I was to see a rubric and get feedback, I would say, show me, let me
Right.
observe you, the experts,
Yes.
and then I will, from a grassroots perspective,
Right.
then implement said changes, said feedback.
And that's a great point. That's why your instructional facilitators, they do model. They do go in the classroom and sit side by side with your teachers. We know that because those are some of the instructional leaders that we're coaching. And those are some of the look for. As you can see in one of those, in the slide from earlier, don't know which one it was, but one of the areas of under instructional improvement was academic instructional modeling. So that's literally one of the things that we are asking and looking and expecting teachers to do is model what you would expect for the students to be able. And those, our instructional facilitators are doing a great job at working with teachers one-on-one, regardless of status, and showing them how to do that.
Any other questions? Well, we thank you for being here in the evening in the crowd. So, safe travels back home. Thank you so much. We will now move into our public comment period. Everyone that signed up had a chance to get the policy code. We're going to put it up here on the board for you as well. Each person is going to get 3 minutes. We will have a timer that is set, and then we also have Mr. Garner here that is going to be our backup. Oh, got it. So overall, we can only have 30 minutes, but it looks like we only had about 7 people signed up, so we're good. Everybody gets 3 minutes. Our first one is going to be Amy. And is this Dow? Dahl. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Epps, members of the Board of Education. My name is Amy Dahl, and I teach at Montgomery Central. I'd like to ask each board member to reflect for a moment on your why. What greater purpose do you support by your service on the board? I hope your answers are along the lines of providing the children of Montgomery County the best education possible. Let's talk about the one school-related factor that has the greatest effect on student achievement. As all educators know, this is teacher quality, as research has proven again and again. No instructional strategy or curriculum or institutional process comes close to teacher quality in effect on student achievement. The surest route to maximizing student success is to fill your schools with the best educators possible. Montgomery Central boasts a staff of exceptionally high-quality teachers. Any teacher who leaves will likely be replaced with a lower-quality teacher. Therefore, the most important thing you can do on behalf of these children is to ensure that you retain your current teachers. You are on the verge of losing all those excellent teachers right now. My colleagues are being aggressively recruited by neighboring districts, often with generous bonus offers. Many are eligible for retirement. We are miserable, and we are weighing our options. I teach science. I've worked hard my whole career to learn best practices for teaching science in the 21st century. It's hard to learn, but very cool. Besides building science literacy and higher order thinking, it incorporates durable skills, including adaptability, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and personal responsibility. As you know, this is the skill set most needed in today's workplace, in higher education, and in the military, any path these young people pursue. But this year I've been forbidden from using what I've worked so hard to learn. Enforcers with clipboards come to my classroom to ensure I adhere to the format of a first-year teacher. I'm prohibited from giving the children what they need and deserve. I've tendered my resignation, but many of my colleagues have not yet. You have a chance to retain them. One colleague, an outstanding teacher, needs a 45-minute gripe session with her husband each evening to process the frustrations of the day. Another is forced to follow a pacing guide that leaves students unprepared for check-ins, and then the consequences become part of her EBOS rating. Teachers have been shouted at and humiliated. We're overwhelmed with all the added paperwork. My colleagues are not afraid of change. They came from East and West and have been part of forging a new school where we're one team, one family. They're not afraid of hardship. They taught through COVID. They have been committed to these kids through thick and thin. But to keep on the way things are this year, no way. The best you can do for Montgomery's children is to maximize teacher quality. Montgomery Central is right now home to an extraordinary staff of high-quality teachers. All you have to do is retain them. And you can do that if you stop the destructiveness from above. Or you can fail to fix it, and you will lose your greatest, most irreplaceable asset. That's the choice.
Next one is
Cecilia Carter. I'm not here to disrespect no one. So y'all put, I'm just being honest, I'm just gonna share my heart. Good evening to the board. My name is Cecilia Carter. I've been working for Montgomery County Schools 17 and a half years. I'm a custodian / bus driver. And when I tell you I love what I do, I do. I go in the classroom, let teachers out, go to the bathroom. I have to do, Simon said sit down, Simon said be quiet, Simon said this. But I love what I do. But I am here on today to say, out of the 17 years that I have never in my life seen so much disrespect that I see in the paper. I never, and I'm not calling no names, but we gonna have to do better. The Lord put her here because the board voted for her. Didn't mean to point at you. And all this disrespect, rudeness that we see in the paper, come on. It's sad. It is, it's sad. It's sad. It's so much deception going on. We want to question her accountability, her credibility. Come on. Since this lady been here, I seen her in the classroom. I seen her visiting the school. I seen her even chit-chatting with different people. No respect of person. And this is what I see. It's sad. We teach our children to respect adults, right? We should. But I see boys disrespect the one that's over them. And it's sad. I'm not here to throw off on nobody, but I'm here to speak what's in my heart. I'm here to speak what's in my heart. I never seen anything like this. Like this. And the Bible said, touch not my anointing and do my prophet no harm. So what I mean by that, you need to be careful when you run your mouth or when you get in your cliques with other people when you don't know. Do unto others as you will have them to do unto you. What I mean by that, you treat this woman like you want to be treated. It ain't about money. They just read about this stuff here. My heart is sad because when I read in the paper at the school, all these schools is D's and F. Star is a C. Early college is the A. And we worried about money. It's sad. That's all I got to say. But when I leave here tonight, my prayer is for this board. We're going to have to get it together. My children go here like yours. All right.
All right, next we'll have Harvest Little. Can't believe you got a seat. I didn't see you.
I did. Good evening, board members and all that are in attendance. Montgomery County School Board members, you are to be commended for the service that you provide to the children of Montgomery County. Your commitment that ensures that all children receive a quality education is evident, first, by hiring a superintendent that puts children and their education first. As you are aware, in less than 8 months, Dr. Karen Roseborough has brought programs to our district that help to turn around our low-performing district to one that we are most hopeful that will become a district beyond low performance. Come on. Programs to note. Most recently, as Dr. Roseborough is responsible for bringing a program to Mount Gilead Elementary School, one that we know that is a low-performing school. This program is promising to help turn around Mount Gilead Elementary School. Now, mind you, Mount Gilead Elementary is not the only low-performing school, of which you know, which the data that was provided to you by the individuals from DPI. And I am hopeful, I am very hopeful that you have taken very seriously that information. What I found most interesting just from DPI, something that I already knew, but it was good to hear again, is that when we look at, don't have unrealistic expectations for Dr. Roseborough, for her team, because truly it is going to take 3 to 5 years, as so indicated, to turn things around. And we need to keep that in our minds, not to have those unrealistic expectations. Secondly, and this will be in closing, at the beginning when Dr. Roseborough came here, she had her listening tours. And that gave the community an opportunity to voice what their concerns were and what things they would like to see happen within Montgomery County Schools. And we know from evidence, again from DPI, is that that information that was given to Dr. Roseborough, my time is up? Thank you. We know that that information that was given, that Dr. Roseborough had taken, is that that information was seriously considered. And it's in the DPI report. It's there. So we have a winner in Dr. Roseborough. But I say to you, we have a winner because of you. You, the board members. You chose this individual to be the leader of our school system. And I appreciate your stand up as a board to provide this individual the opportunity to lead our school district out of this low-performing status that we're in. And mind you, and you know very well, we're not talking about one school. This year we're talking about, well, 6 schools out of 9 schools that we have. So again, I thank you. I thank you for your courage, for giving Dr. Roseborough this opportunity to help turn our school district around. We want the best for all of our children, for all of our children. Thank you.
Okay, does somebody have a phone that is on? Do we need to help? Okay. I didn't know if we needed to stop for a minute to turn something on. All right, our next speaker is Kevin Kearns.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
It was, I forgot. Yeah, it was my fault.
Oh, okay, Wayne.
Mr.
Holman.
This is the first time I've ever used this program. Some grace and mercy, please.
I'm looking at the people behind you like, who's got their phone on? All right, go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Good evening, Montgomery County Board of Education members. My name is Kevin Kearns. I'm a proud father to 3 sons in the Montgomery County school system. Charlie, a senior, and Caden, a sophomore at Montgomery Central, and Colin, 6th grader at West Middle. I shared a letter via email with each of you yesterday regarding my concerns around the circumstances that led to the resignation of Mr. Rufus Sampkin, principal of Montgomery Central High School. I'm here tonight to make the public statement that there are many individual stories I could share with you about Sampkin and how he's looked out not only for my 2 boys at Montgomery Central, but for all the students at the school. Mr. Sampkin may not be from Montgomery County, but you wouldn't know any difference if you just watched the way he tirelessly pours himself into our school and county. His resignation letter being presented at the March 2nd board meeting became a catalyst for my family to do what we could to advocate for Mr. Sampkin. I understand that each of you are fully aware of the circumstances around his resignation. That's why my wife and I worked to create a petition through change.org to ask for Mr. Rufus Sampkin's resignation to be rejected or rescinded, and the board to consider carefully the circumstances regarding his resignation and take action as a board. I humbly request that each of you review the written statement from the petition site previously sent to you all via email and see that there are currently over 410 signatures in support of Mr. Sampkins. My wife Jeannie has continually reviewed the list, where she has shared with me that many of the names are students and staff from our school system and families that support Mr. Sampkins. Lastly, I have reviewed the April 2024 board minutes, where an amendment to the personnel report is listed, granting Mr. Rufus Sampkins the approval of his principal contract commencing on July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2026. I am asking each of you, for the benefit of Montgomery Central High School and its students, teachers, and staff, to please consider the circumstances of Mr. Sampkins' resignation, make the necessary changes in administration so that Mr. Sampkin will be willing to rescind his resignation, for the board to agree to reject his resignation as well, and most importantly, renew his contract for as long as possible. Mr. Sampkin is a positive influence in our communities and schools. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, next we'll have Katie Kimry.
Good evening. I'm Katie Kimry, proud English 2 teacher at Montgomery Central High School, and this won't take long. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. The first reason, hold on, I lost my space. The number 1 reason I'm here is to implore the board to retroactively reject Mr. Rufus Sampkins' resignation. He's one of the best principals for whom I have worked in my 21-year tenure. We stand to lose more than just one man's expertise if we lose him at the helm. The second reason I'm here is because I was invited on a very lovely thick cardstock for a reception and recognition for being a national board certified teacher, which is much appreciated. It is no small feat, and we all appreciate the kindness shown to us for our accomplishments. We at MCHS collectively decided to wear our Timberwolf gear as a nod to our appreciation for our entire administration, staff, and our beloved students. I've even dressed my kids in Timberwolf gear tonight because it is my dream that they will be Timberwolf graduates 2024 and 2032 and 2036. Our message is clear though. We are proud to be Timberwolves. Thank you to the board and the district office for having us and recognizing all that we do for our students, regardless of what they wear, their race, their religion, their athletic prowess, what nationality they are, what their test scores are, or who they are as individuals. We love our kids and will never stop advocating for their education, safety, and well-being. Thank you for having me.
All right, our next looks like Laura Gomez. Hey.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We're 3 moms from Green Ridge School. My name is Laura, and Jenny. We're here, actually, we have like a couple of concerns. It's an incident that we heard that may have happened. We're not quite sure exactly what happened, but our concerns is mainly about our kids. So our kids are actually being affected ever since one of our teachers, our main teachers, is not in school with them. My kids, to start with, our kids are actually very comfortable. We trust that our kids go to school feeling comfortable, confident that they'll be with the right teacher if they need something. My kid is nonverbal, as well as our kids. They're nonverbal, so they cannot talk. Some of us can't. My kids are fight friends, and kids are not fight friends. So our concern is, will our teacher come back? We've heard a couple of things that she will, she may not.
We have not contacted our teacher, just for the reason that we were done one thing, but we're hearing things that is coming from school, that one teacher was disciplined, but the other teacher is still in school, and this teacher is the one that's actually spreading rumors, what had happened, what didn't happen. So I find that very unprofessional, that one teacher gets to stay and our teacher does not. Our kids do need this teacher. Our perspective is that our kids have actually done a huge progress with this teacher. I can actually say that I was very iffy sending him to Greenridge, but this teacher has demonstrated not just pure love. She has a transparent soul. We had a food trip with her, and I'm not saying that all teachers are not good, but I saw so many things in her that I can say, wow, this teacher has a heart that I can say she's gifted by God. Why? Because she involves herself with kids like if it's her kids. How many of us parents want our kids to feel like, oh, mom's not here, but this is my second mom. I want to feel comfortable. I want to feel like, oh, if I get something, she can talk to me. She can have the power to talk to me. You're doing this wrong. Respect her. And these kids respect this teacher. We love our teacher. Us as moms, we can come and say, hey, is everything okay? What's going on with this teacher? So we actually are worried, have so many concerns about our teacher. We love her. Our kids love her. And so I'm not sure what the situation is, but we would love to have her back in school. Our kids are expected because she's not there. And she does an awesome job. All the teachers at Greenridge, the ones that we know that have our kids, are doing an amazing job. But we are here because we want this teacher. Ms. Warhead, I can truly say that she can be the mom to all our kids. She's a beautiful person, has a beautiful soul, and so we're just here to say we love Ms. Warhead. We would like her back in our school. And I don't know if other moms want to say something.
Our time's up. Thank you though for that. All right, and then we have Pandora Dumas.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? My name is Dr. Pandora Dumas. I'm a product of Montgomery County Schools. I also have grandchildren here. I am an educator of 17 years in North Carolina colleges and universities, and I have grandkids at Greenridge. And I would like to say that I'm here tonight on behalf of those children, and I would like to say that I was able to listen to the DPI report. I understood it 100%. That's my area. I gladly would like to say thank you to all of the board members, the community who votes the board members in, who hired Dr. Roseborough. I see a lot of things that's happening, and like the DPI report says, it's going to take 3 to 5 years to see the turnaround, but in my history, it usually takes twice as long as, however long it took for this thing to happen, it takes that twice long to fix it. So 3 to 5 years might be the lower number, probably looking at more 10 to 15 years to be realistic. Dr. Roseborough, you have done an amazing job. I have grandson down at Greenridge. To the board, you've done an amazing job. I am a product of the former Superintendent Dewey Jackson. I don't know if you all remember who that was, but I would like to say thank you, Dr. Roseborough. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the community. Thank you to everybody who's here to support tonight. I know there's a lot of frustrations. My children are now gone, got grandkids, understand it, got it, get it. And I would like to see, I didn't see it in the DPI report, but I'm thinking after you all get numbers back that you all would have some more community and school projects like what Maggie Green used to do, community and schools, so that we as parents and grandparents get to be just as involved as the teachers. And I hear the frustration of the teachers and the educators. And it is real hard standing on that side, and I've stood on both sides as an educator and as a parent, and I've stood down the middle of the road now as a grandparent. But as a community, we want our voices heard just as well, not just at voting, but throughout the lifetime and the lifespan as educators, and the community wants to be heard. We're heard during the voting season, but we want to be heard just like the former families that was just here who has concerns about their teacher. This community of 100 counties in North Carolina is very special, and we're lucky to have such a small community that supports. And we have to work as a collaborative group, everybody, not just the blacks working together and Hispanics working together, white. We got to work as a collaborative group, and I hope that the board takes the recommendations of DPI and include us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your public comments. We appreciate those. We are now going to move on to testing and accountability with Ms. Amanda Deaton. We're hollering back for her. Must be a lag back there.
There is.
Bill Mingen needs to get ready for next. Yeah, be on deck.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me get it. All right. Good evening, Chairman Epps and Dr. Roseberry, members of the board. I am here tonight for our check-in data review for quarters 2 and quarter 3. It's been a little bit since we last met to look at our data, so I tried to compile it all. And I want you to know, if I have to explain something, I will explain a little bit further to you tonight. There's a lot of numbers. There will be a lot of numbers on here, some different colors, because I know, Mr. Dozier, last time you asked the question about how does this number look versus what it looked like last year. So I tried to put those on the chart in a way that you can see them. So if you don't understand something, please just stop me. Got it. Did it. Ooh. Okay.
Check-in data.
All right, so the important thing I want you to know is an elementary student has 3 check-ins throughout the year. And I say elementary and middle school. A high school student has 2 check-ins for their course in the semester. In elementary through middle school, you'll have A, B, and C, and they are 3 different assessments. So assessment A, you can't really compare it to check-in B because it's a different set of standards. So it'd be like comparing apples and oranges. But we can look at check-in B from this year and check-in B from last year. It's a different set of students, but it is the same standard being assessed. So I have the data here for you, charts and numbers. I'm a number person too, so I just want to make sure all that was clear for you. The dark red is going to be the math check-in score for quarter 2. That's check-in C from this year. The red striped is the check-in B from last year. The gold is going to be reading from this year. The gold stripes will be reading from last year. And then we've got black and gray for science. And we only assess those in 5th and 8th grade. So if you look across the district, we have some spots where I'm just going to start at 3rd grade math and reading. We're right there neck and neck. The numbers are pretty close to where they were last year. 4th grade, we have dropped off a little bit from where our numbers were last year. I'm looking at math. We were at 38.2% proficient last year, and then this year we're at 35.14, and the same 49 and 45 for reading. 5th grade, the numbers again are about the same for math and reading. Science is where we see a discrepancy as to where we were last year and then this year's data. 6th grade, we've got just a little bit of a drop, and we're staying pretty consistent in reading. 7th grade, about the same thing, and 8th grade, about the same thing as well. Okay. Right.
Can I?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Why do you think we're seeing a 15-point drop in science in the 5th grade from last year?
That I can't tell you. I know that they took a deeper look at their curriculum maps and pacing this year to make sure everything was paced out a little bit better. Got some different teachers in there as well. Again, it's a very different set of students.
So that's the only thing I can speak on based off of the data solely. The next slide is our high school data. Solid color is this year, striped color again is last year's data. Math 1, just want to remind you that that was the course where we did not have a full-time teacher in the Math 1 course for the majority of the semester. That teacher was hired at the end of the semester. So those scores have been lower consistently through our first semester, and then we did pick up that teacher, and going into second semester, we have that full-time teacher now. But you can see the difference in the scores there. I will tell you that last year, the students were scheduled a little bit differently. You know, last year, I wasn't there, so this is the way I was told it was done. So they knew the first semester would be a shorter semester in number of days. So they stacked their honors courses in first semester and then had standard courses in the second semester, thinking that, you know, that shorter semester students should be able to handle that workload. And then this year they spread them throughout the semester. So there's no imbalance of classes there. So just want to let you be aware of that. Strengths, the Math 1 year-long course has positive results over a longer period of time. I thought that was important to share with you. We have early college does the Math 1 year-long just because of the way their college courses are structured. So we are getting good results there. Biology, the standard that was being assessed was evolution. We had over 70% proficiency on the check-in and over 60% proficiency on the EOC. So those scores were very good. We were very excited over those. In grades 3 through 8, we had several grade levels approaching that 50% proficiency mark, which is kind of where we've been. If you remember, down in the staff development room, we have the 50% club, 60 and 70. Our opportunities for improvement, Math 1, just continue to work with that new curriculum that we were given this year. We have some, am I on time or two? The targeting tutoring has started, and we have a new teacher that has come in, and so we're offering that new teacher support, and that's definitely an opportunity for us. Math 3, we're going to continue to work with the new curriculum, that targeted tutoring, and I'm just going to speak to that for a second on all grade levels. I had the opportunity to go out and visit some of those tutoring sites last week. I saw great things happening. Kids were engaged. They were in small groups, which we know is very helpful. We had some kids working at their desk. We had kids working with the teacher, so I felt like that was really important. And so that was just the same thing for 3A. Now, we had another check-in since that one, so we've switched the semesters. So it will be second semester, they're taking check-in A, and then we're doing check-in C for our elementary through middle school. So this will be their last, that was their last check-in. Here is the data from that one. Again, some of our areas are slightly below. We do have one area that grew a little bit. Looks like 5th grade math grew just a little bit. Looks like 7th grade reading grew some. But the numbers were pretty close again. High school data, again, this was check-in A. Math 1 is about the same from last year, which is up from first semester Math 1 scores. Math 3, we were slightly better than we were last year. English 2, we're right there neck and neck. We've always got great scores coming out of English 2, and our biology scores are up there. Just to sum it up, English 2 hit over 60% proficiency. We were really excited about that. Biology was over 60% proficiency. They have a strong focus on pacing at the high school level. You know, those teachers know exactly what they want to teach and how long they want to teach it, and they are in constant communication. They communicate with me a lot. You know, are you sure you want us to do the check-in today? Can I have 2 more days? You know, so stuff like that. So they are really in tune with what they're doing there in biology. 3-8, that continues to be stronger in the math. 5th grade, we were excited, hit the 50% goal. So they have something up on the wall down there now. For opportunities for improvement, same thing again with Math 1. We're just continuing that teacher support. They have that targeted tutoring that hopefully the kids are going to show up for and put in the work. I think that will be helpful for them. And then the targeted tutoring and just continuing to work on foundational skills at each grade level. And then my next section is behavior. I was asked to put together just the percentage of actions, we call these actions at the bottom, the aggressive behavior, inappropriate language. This is the percentage of these top 5 actions based out of all of the incidents that we've had so far. And I did check just before I came down here. We have, to date, we have 2,203 major incidences, and we have 1,919 minor incidents. So what you're going to be looking at here today is the percentage out of the majors. Those are the ones that actually go to administration to be handled, to be assigned a consequence. In red, and I will point out too, the 2024-2025 data is for the entire year. So that red data is from August to June of last year. And our blue is just going to be from August until now. So I wanted you to know that. So there's a little bit of discrepancy there, but I told Dr. Roosevelt that I would point that out just so that you guys know. So that you see.
Yeah, Kim. Let me ask that again. The red data is for all of last school year.
Yes.
And the blue data is for what time
It
period?
is from August, the beginning of the year, until last week when I pulled the data. And in our program, I just don't have a way, unless I go through every individual 2,200 incidents to determine where that cutoff is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And one other question, aggressive behavior, that encompasses what?
Okay, so that could be, so when an incident happens in a classroom and a teacher goes to write them up, they have a list of 50 different classification areas that they can write them up as. And last year I went out to the schools, I trained with principals over what those classifications look like. Okay, so it could be aggressive behavior, it could be fighting, it could be assault, it could be inappropriate language, insubordination, inappropriate behavior, I mean, anything like that. So a teacher will look at what exactly happened. You know, I went through with them last year, like, we had to look at the difference between an assault and a fight, or an assault and aggressive behavior. So I've worked with the schools to know which one is different. So aggressive behavior might not actually be a fight, but two kids might be pushing each other. That might not get to, it might not get to the point of it's a full-fledged fight, but it might just be like one person being an aggressor or the other person didn't fight back, something like that.
So do all these involve suspensions or no?
No, not for aggressive behavior, no sir.
Okay.
And we're gonna look at some of those numbers in just a second too.
And just to be clear, the blue data is showing more this year compared to last year for aggressive behavior, and we're talking about 2.5 to 3 months less time for the blue than for the red.
Yes, sir. And it's a percentage too, so just remember it's not an actual number, it's just a percentage, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So these are just the top 5 that we have in the system. This is our behavior incidents broken down by school. And again, I just need to make that note on there. The same thing, 24-25 was the entire school year. 25-26 is just up until this point. So this just lets you know each school and their data. Okay, my last slide has a lot of numbers on it, so I want to make that clear too. So the first 2 columns, or after the offenses, the first 2 columns are just the percentage. I had the actual number of incidents and the days assigned off of that as well. So I was asked to put something together showing OSS offenses versus ALP, which is our alternative placement. These are the top offenses for those assignments. So if a student was given OSS, this is not the only reason a student could be given ISS, but these are our top 3 actions for OSS assignment. And the numbers are there. And the same thing for ALP. These are not the only things, but these are just our top 3 actions.
Can you go back a slide?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I'm having a hard time getting mine to move up and down. I got it right there. So, what is the slide I'm looking at right there? What is that slide? What's that slide telling me?
I'm sorry, the slide that's here?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the number of incidents per school. The number of incidents per school is the red. The blue is the number of OSS days assigned, and the gold is the number of alternative learning placements assigned.
Okay. So
for instance, trying to find somebody that's really close. It looks like Troy has, like maybe 105 incidences, total write-ups. And then they've got very few days of OSS there. Maybe 10, maybe 8 to 10, something like that. And they have 0 days of ALP.
okay, but
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Ullman did point that out too. I put the key on here to say 24, 25, and 25, 26, but it is only 25, 26 data. That's my fault.
okay.
Academic year?
Of this academic year. That's my fault. I
So that's,
apologize.
okay.
Yes.
That was what's throwing me off. Do you have the data from the year before to match this up?
I can get that for you. I don't have it here tonight, but
I
I
mean,
can get that.
in other words, let's say for the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And, the red and the blue is OSS, out of school suspension.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How this year compares to last year?
Yeah, I can get that data for you. I don't have it tonight, but I can get it for you. The other slide as well just tells you the top 3, but it doesn't tell you all incidents this year versus last year. So far this year versus last year.
Okay.
So for fighting,
So
24% last year, 20% this year. Is that what that is?
So last year it was 17% of our write-ups.
Oh, I was going down.
17% had OSS offense. Yep, 24 this year. There were 77 actual incidents last year, 58 this year. We have that equaled out to being 545 days in 24-25, and so far it's 383 days in 26.
So, I'm sorry. So, again, I want to make sure I understand this. On the OSS offenses, I'm looking at
The top 3.
I'm looking at more fights this year compared to last year? Because that's not the data we were given earlier.
I will be glad to go back and verify my data for you. This is what I pulled straight from our.
Because what?
It looks even
What am I looking at?
when you go to behavior, that chart, the red, blue, look how it looks even there.
Well, I know
And
through
these are-
the end of February, we had already had more fights at the high school now. I'm not talking about the other 2 schools, but at the high school than we had of all of last year.
And these are only the ones that resulted in OSS offenses at the top. The top is only OSS offenses. Yes. The bottom chart is alternative placement offenses.
We have to combine the 2.
So last year, we assigned 246 days for suspension, either at home or at MLA.
The 246 is alternative placement for fighting.
Okay,
So that would be like MLA.
okay. This year, we've only assigned 9.
For fighting, correct.
Right, so we've had more fights this year, but we've only assigned 1/3 of the amount of days, almost 1/3 the amount of days that we did last year.
Yes. According to the data, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Right, the top, the first one. Right, any other
Any more questions?
I have some academic ones.
Okay.
Going back to, first of all, like check-ins. Are those state mandated assessments?
Yes.
Okay.
So it used to be that schools would do, or school systems would do like a benchmark, an informal benchmark. And actually, I was just kind of talking with Dr. Roser about this today. When the state originally rolled these out, and that's been several years ago, there was talks of using these check-ins and replacing the EOG at the end of the year. But that never came through. You know, they've kind of adapted the check-ins now at the state level to where your check-ins are supposed to affect the EOG that you receive at the end of the year. And that's what we're told. In all the meetings that I go to, that's what we're told. So, you know, it's just one of those adaptive type of assessments that the EOG is supposed to. If you take at least 2 of your check-ins, it should match up with your EOG.
When you look at the Q2 check-in data, what I noticed is, I know this is our second year with CKLA, is that correct?
Beginning our second year.
Second year, and then this is our first year with the Desmos math, right? And we were sold on it that it was gonna significantly increase our scores, but it looks like in Q2, they were right on track from where they were last year. At the time that we purchased the math curriculum, I believe there was one other school system that was implementing it. What kind of, can we find data on how their check-in is looking since they were using it before us? Because as we look to make a decision on whether we stick with the math curriculum, whether we buy it again, at some point we'll have to look at our return on investment. And if they're trending positively, then maybe we're on to something. And I know when you look at Q3, it looked like there was a slight improvement in 3rd and 4th grades, but that was about it. And so I wanted to make sure we pointed that out, that we're keeping an eye on that information that should hopefully inform our decisions.
What did we pay for the new math curriculum? Ballpark?
I'm sorry.
What did we pay for the new math curriculum ballpark figure?
I would not be the one to know the answer to this question. I'm sorry.
You know what? $160,000
for the math curriculum.
That includes the curriculum, all the resources, materials, and the PD aligned with it for year 1.
And the manipulative.
And the what aligned with it?
The manipulatives we had to pay for separate. And that was like an additional 18, I think, 18 to 20-ish.
Well, you said and what aligned with it?
Well, what we got for that price was we got the PD, we got the online portal access, all of the student handbooks, and like all of the resources aligned with the curriculum itself. And then we got the manipulative separate.
Okay. And what is, pardon my ignorance, what's the manipulative?
That's like all of like the counting cubes and all of those things that align with this. It's the stuff that the kids use that are more tangible.
I got you.
The hands-on.
Yeah, the hands-on stuff.
When they run out of fingers, they can use it.
So it really helps us
To Dr. Robletto's point, in comparing where we are with another district, it depends on where that district is within the pacing guide. So we would have to compare like our pacing, we're trying to adjust our pacing to Amplify, but there's no curriculum in North Carolina that North Carolina uses solely. Like we always have to supplement with other things to be able to teach our math standards for North Carolina. So with that being said, yes, we can call them, but we can also compare our pacing guide to their pacing guide. And then also some districts pick and choose check-in A, B, and C. So they may not have given the same one that we gave around the same time that we gave them. So we just have to keep those things too. So we have to look at specific standards. How did they perform on this standard? Like if we're talking about OAs, then we have to look at how did we do with those algebraic problems compared to how they're doing with algebraic problems. We would have to look at it like that.
And the other thing is that when we look at the data and let the schools know, like, hey, we saw this standard you were lower at in the check-in, we try to find them a supplemental material because they've already used the curriculum that they've been given. So we try to find something else that's supported by the state to help them kind of spiral that through so that they can get those skills again.
And then, like, internally, what type of feedback do we get from our classroom teachers that are administering these check-ins, that are working with the students, our teachers, teacher assistants, our IFs, like from them up to the district and to us, like what kind of feedback do we solicit?
Do they like it? Do they not like it? Are they lukewarm?
We're gonna have to survey them, and we have not done that yet to see how they feel about the curriculum. That will be all part of our closeout for the year. But going forward for next school year, because of the timing that I came in with the instructional matrix, you usually teach for the 6-week mark and the 9-week mark. And then at the end, you do some type of reflective feedback with the teachers about how well the pacing was for the first quarter and what curriculum resources did they utilize to teach those standards. Because like I said, really good teachers are gonna supplement. They're just not gonna look at Amplify. They're gonna figure out, okay, I might wanna pull in some Ready, and I might want to go into my Tools for Teachers toolbox, which is something provided by the state to supplement. And we have done some of that. At Mount Gilead Elementary, they are using their Ready curriculum in addition to Amplify. They start with the Ready to get that foundational understanding, and then they move up to the Amplify.
When did we start this?
Start which part?
September, August, September. And we hadn't polled the teachers after like the first quarter and said, how do you like this so far?
The Teaching and Learning Division they have not done that this far.
I would think with a new program like that, we wouldn't wait till the end of the year.
You provide some preliminary data?
We have our monthly side, and
okay.
And then if that when you after your quarterly review assessment, there's a lot of work that
So maybe we can share that at our next board meeting.
I just remember, like DPI mentioned, being trends-based, and so who better to be monitoring the trends than our teachers and teacher assistants.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on to facilities with Mr. Minchin, who is on deck.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Roseborough. We're here tonight to do a real quick review of the needs-based lottery fund. We had issued an RFQ, which is a request for qualification for design service. As you're aware, we were awarded about $2.6 million from the state. We actually requested 2.7. There is a 5% match for that funding. So the state identified out of all our schools, we requested a total, just in case you were curious, we went about 5.7 that year, 5.8. So we were awarded the 2.7 at 4 locations. I'm not sure how they did the picking on that. Dr. Roseborough will probably put in more than I can. The bottom row there is what we have spent to date as of yesterday in say pay apps. And so Cantor Elementary, this is what we were spent to date is $482,000. Majority of that being the cooling tower. I'll get in that in the next slide. So the other ones are mostly security vegetables, and Green Ridge is a camera system and a door swipe system, which maintenance has already started to install.
Bill, before you go on further, let me ask this question. When did we receive this money?
We were awarded that money. That's on my next slide. Oh, there we go. Notification on the award was April 26, 2022. I think we submitted, I printed the spreadsheet or the database January 21. You probably reviewed it that year, then it went to county commissioners, then it was awarded. One of the challenges we had, of course, with COVID, and then you had ESSER money, which everybody swamped the designers. So getting designers out on projects was very, very difficult. We were awarded, with ESSER, we decided to do the 2 middle school gymnasiums. So with that funding having an expiration date, we concentrated all our effort in getting that funding obligated, get that design done. and those projects completed. Wade can fill you in on what that date was.
And this is a one-time shot where they gave us 2.6 million?
Actually, we will reapply again this year as part of our 5-year facility study, so we'll go back at some more money this year.
Now, would they ask us if we have a balance?
Not sure.
Okay.
And I'll get into that here in just a minute, something I want to bring
They're
up.
going to question us as to why
we haven't spent the money. Yeah.
to get the security vestibules.
Next slide. All right, this is a breakdown of exactly what's been going on at each school location. So last spring break, we had a roof replacement project, which we ran with REI through Pinnacle, went really well on that one. Our modified pod classroom, we moved over a security vestibule. And one of the things we had was an estimate from our architect that security vestibules would cost $37,000 per school. And you see it ran like $173,162. So they were a very expensive project for 118 or 162 from a cooling tower. So this is, I'll give you a breakdown where we're at right now. The cooling tower is in progress and we were under budget on that. The keyless pod modifications, we were under budget on that. And the roof replacement, we really came out nice. With using REI, we were able to get a lot of vendors, a lot of interest in it. So I think we had 12 guys put in, came to the site, looked at it. We got about 8 bids in and really, really great project. So we got that one in really quick. Next slide. This is just pictures of the cooling tower. The old cooling tower, I didn't take a picture of it. We'll try to get it gone, but we're going to need those parts for Mount Gilead and Troy. That's just a picture of the roof that got done in the office area. That roof was installed in 2001 as part of that renovation project, if you remember that, when we added the new wing to the project. All right, the reason we're here tonight is that we were bundling the package up with 1.9, and if you take 8.5%, 10% of that, it's going to be over $50,000 in design fees. So we're trying to lump to one designer instead of piecemealing the projects out like we were before. So since we go over the 50,000 threshold, we have a policy code applies. We've got a general statute reference there. So the superintendent shall solicit, and I bulleted this one for you. Superintendent shall solicit proposals with an RFQ. She shall provide a list of the Board of Education, which we're about to do, and North Carolina resident firms. We granted a preference, and all the ones that did submit were from North Carolina. And this has always kind of struck me as odd. We don't negotiate fees until after award. So that one's always been a little weird for me because I'm always wanting to know what things cost. But so there is a little challenging from the designer because once we award one, he has to kind of come in and see what we're doing before he can give us a fee schedule. So there's
He or she.
We most certainly be there. Contract presented for approval by Board of Education. We're hoping to have something next month. Next one. All right, so we received a template when we reviewed that, Dr. Roseborough and I, with Sharon Lynn, with Thayers and Smith, to make sure we had our wording correctly. We issued the RFQ, was posted on the NCIPS, which, for those that don't know, that's our interactive purchasing system. Sent it out right before Christmas vacation, direct emails. I emailed them myself to about 15 firms. We received 8. We did receive some email communication from some of the firms that the package was really too small for them. They like to go after the big schools. So some of the bigger firms, it was, 1.9 didn't really interest them. Qualifications were posted to a shared drive, reviewed, and references checked. So we selected 4 firms out of the 8. Okay, next slide. This is all of the firms listed, the ones in blue we actually interviewed, which was Adams and Associates from Mooresville, IMEG, which we did virtually. They're out of Raleigh. We had a real great guy out of Texas, did their security, very interesting fellow. Optima, which actually interviewed with Adams and Associates, and Optima was the engineer on our project at the high school. Performance Services, which is the ones doing your 5-year study right now, their design build. And Pinnacle, which we used previously, Progressive Design, which is PDC, SKA, and the Wooten Company. Next slide. This is our design matrix, which some of you refer to as a rubrics. I'm going to try to read all through that. It looks too small for me anyway. 2 standout firms. We really had some nice interviews that day. So our design team was Dr. Roseborough, myself. We had Brian Helms in. and Michelle Dennis was acting as our administrative assistant. So we had two firms that really did nice presentations. The first one being Progressive Design PDC out of Raleigh, which is Steve Campbell, and a young lady named Ashley Dennis, NC State graduate, was up there with Mosley, which I'm sure most of you have heard of that firm. They're a very big firm in our state. The second one later in the afternoon was SKA Consulting Engineers with Jim and Matt. And Mark, Jim was representing Michael Graves. That's the one I couldn't remember. Michael Graves was our architect service. And there's not a lot of architect work left in these projects. Next slide. So there's our recommendation is the selection committee recommendation of Montgomery County Board of Education. Consider approval of Progressive Design Collaborative LLC, PDC, and Mosley Architects as our design team for the remaining North Carolina needs-based lottery fund project.
Bill, can I ask why you chose, or the committee chose those?
Well, Ashley, and to go back to something you said previously, and I'm glad you brought that up, is that one of the questions I had, one of the challenges we always had previously was our relationship with North Carolina school planning, school operations. So being that the funding was coming from them, it's always a good idea to have somebody that's got a really good relationship with them that can press your drawings through, because sometimes they can delay drawings quite a bit. You can get something up there that's about 6 months. So Ashley was naming about everybody up there and the relationships that Mosley had. And Steve we worked with before, but we called references. They did Asheboro, and they've been working on the new East Montgomery High Training Center. So that was a big reference for them. Very good firm.
And we felt that they would be very responsive to our needs because they're already in our area and they would have a relationship with the county as well. So that would be helpful to us in terms of the timing of getting these projects done before we apply for another needs-based grant. And mostly architects also has a division that writes needs-based grants in collaboration with the school districts and the county. So they will present to both parties to be sure everybody is in the loop for transparency. They will also assist us with dreaming big without additional cost to the district, just to help us get our ideas and what we think should happen going forward with repair and renovation of our existing sites.
Have you had any experience in the past with any of these groups?
Just PDC did some estimates for me back. We were in the middle of Green Ridge, I believe, and I had them do some estimates for West Middle School to look at some large equipment. Did a great job for us. Unfortunately, we didn't get it funded at the time. So Mosley is really all over. They're in Virginia real big. We're in North Carolina real big.
We've used an awful lot in the past with the roof leak 4 years after they were gone.
Yes.
So that's why, to me, it's always important that you would find someone that we've had experience with and had a good experience with.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree.
Let me ask this question. Have we checked references with these folks as far as gone to schools?
We have not gone to any schools. What we did.
Well, I'm not saying we have to go to schools, but let's say
Farrington Smith.
Farrington Smith did that.
Sharon Lynn and Rod Malone is our construction attorney that works very closely with the Division of Planning at DPI. He is like one of the lead people that they submit recommendations to for contracts for architects, etc. Mosley has one of the leading reputations for small rural districts of coming in very efficient and cost effective, but also supplying the district with additional needs that they may have that other firms would subcontract out.
But here's my question for both of these, because it's two different firms, right?
Yes, SKA and PDC.
Right. Is Farrington Smith vetting them from the standpoint of, I want 5 schools that you've done work for, and we're going to call, talking about Farrington Smith, we're going to call these schools and say, were you satisfied with that work for what you paid?
Yes.
Well, I knew Asheboro City was. That was the one I followed up with PDC.
Okay, and I'm not saying if Farrington Smith, how much are we paying them to do that? Right. Yeah. Have we used them before for something like this? I don't ever remember using, I mean, for this particular type stuff. We got a ballpark, what the legal fees gonna be on that?
We've already done it, so it's part of our retainer.
Okay,
They've already supplied us with a list of school districts that have had success. But my former school district was one of those districts. We built a CTE center with Mosley. Then there's several districts in the Northeast that have also utilized Mosley. The PDC, we did not have any prior history with them. Bill had that prior history of Progressive Design Collaborative. But the architect firm, yes, they come highly recommended off of the list.
maybe I'm missing something, but both these firms do stuff in North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very extensive list.
Very extensive. So my question would be, how much did we pay Barrington Smith to check out references on those schools as opposed to us as a district telling them, Mosley, give me 5 schools in North Carolina you've done, and you call and find out, or we call and find out how it was done.
They already have a list because of the number of districts that they serve. That's a division within the firm. And so they provided us with a list. So if we ask Ms. Lee, how many, who tell us out of the ones that we received for our request for qualifications, we received, how many did we receive? 8?
8 total, yes, ma'am.
What experiences have people had with these firms? And she told us, she was very honest with us. And then that's how we narrowed it down to our 4 that we were going to bring back.
Who told us this? Who told us this?
The attorney.
For who?
Barrington.
Barrington.
That's over the construction and planning department.
But again, I go back to how much did we pay that attorney to tell us? Because they didn't do it out of the goodness of their heart. So how much did we pay them?
Well, we would have to look back at the actual phone call that we had and how long we had that call, because that firm is part of the retainer fee for them to answer those questions. So we'll go back and we'll look.
Okay, because we pay a retainer fee, but we also pay them $250 an hour for every hour they spend on it. So that was my question, how much we spend in legal fees on that. That's my question.
Well, we're trying to make sure we're paying a lower cost on the front end than doing something that's gonna cost us more money later.
All right.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
You referenced performance services. What are they doing for us?
Performance services are the ones that presented the design bid process. And they're doing our 5-year study. We have met with that architect and engineer and toured all sites. So I just communicated with him last week. We sent him some additional photographs and answered a few questions.
But we didn't interview them?
No, because with the way it's legally written, it's written as a design bid instead of a design bid, a build project. So it kind of eliminated Progressive. They threw their names in the hat anyway. And then we were aware of one designer already we didn't interview. And then one of them, I called a couple references and I kept hearing the word slow. And I figured we were already slow enough, so we didn't need to talk to them. And then Optima, again, was interviewing with another firm as a parent. So we just, instead of interviewing them as a separate designer, we just brought them as a parent.
Any more questions? We appreciate your work on that.
Well, thank you so much.
We'll come back and do a vote on that after it's on the consent agenda.
Do I need to stay for that?
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move into the superintendent's update. You gonna do that one? Okay. That's a tight way down there.
This is in COVID.
You need my computer?
I think it's in public view. I think she's trying to.
Oh, okay.
When we come back
I'll
from,
go ahead. A couple of updates for the board. On April the 15th, we'll be hosting our legislators and elected officials day. County Commissioner Shaw in the audience, thank you for being here. We will be hosting elected officials and some of our legislators. They have already sent us notification that they may not be participating in our legislative day due to some other serious commitments. I'm sure everyone knows what's going on in the news right now. So, but they will be sending official letters to recognize that we are celebrating Legislative and Elected Officials Day. We'll be sending out invites to everyone, and we're going to be sharing some information with them regarding our new Health Sciences Academy that we are currently in the process of doing design plans for as part of that Rural Career Collaborative Initiative. So we just returned from Washington, D.C., Mr. Allman and myself, Mr. Sampkin and Angela Rice-Tucker, where we were part of a design team amongst all of the districts, rural districts in the country that had the opportunity to participate in this wonderful fellowship. But it was a lot of work. We worked from morning to night to launch this new Health Sciences Academy that will be part of the visioning for our entire community for our new hospital. We want to be sure that we stack the hospital with employees from Montgomery County, and we want to make sure the students are well prepared to enter those fields. So they are supporting us in that work. We also have a partnership with the NAF Academies. Those are national academies across the country. And during our visit in Washington, D.C., we had the opportunity to go visit some premier high schools that had launched NAF Academies, where the students were doing full-time internships as part of their school day. Also partnerships with the local hospitals, but not just partners within the local communities, but also the national partners for healthcare. And that's something that we have a vision for as well. How can we get our national partners to so into our county and recognize that we are an asset in North Carolina, because we are the center of everything for North Carolina. So it would behoove everyone to invest in Montgomery County schools and to help us to launch this Health Careers Academy for our students. So just very exciting opportunity for our community, but also being recognized as having that leverage point of being in the center of North Carolina is getting us a lot of traction. Also, you want me to push it down? We also had a beginning teachers roundtable discussion, and I will also be going out to schools to speak more intimately with staff, doing some staff meetings before we end the school year, where we're gathering again informal feedback about teacher morale, incentives that we would like to see from our Human Resources Department, but also thinking about what can we do for social and emotional support for our teachers. We talk a lot about that for our students. We want to be able to talk about that with the adults, because our adult behaviors impact student outcomes. And we think that it's going to be really important for us to get teacher input about what they would like to see. Now, our beginning teachers, they have come up with some clever things. And so we're trying to triangulate what our principals stated that they would like to see for teacher morale boosters and incentives with what our BT teachers are saying, and then with the rest of our veteran teachers in the district. So we'll be looking at all of that information collectively to see what we can come up with for Montgomery County Schools to support educators. April 6th through the 10th,
are our unsung heroes, our National Assistant Principals Week, and we will be celebrating our assistant principals. We'll be posting their pictures on our Facebook page, and so if you know of an assistant principal, please make sure that you thank them for their service and all of their hard work in supporting our school leaders. We also are celebrating the Week of the Young Child, that is April the 11th through the 12th. I'm sure Mr. Vance Thomas is going to have some really good activities for our early childhood educators out there, but we will make sure that we promote the Week of the Young Child. So to all of the community members who are here this evening, we may be inviting you out to just come see the little people, read to the little people, and show some love to anybody that teaches birth to kindergarten.
Don't let them draw any more pictures of board members. My ego is still trying to recover from the last.
We're going to get some praise for our picture.
Yeah, mine's sitting in my office. I'm trying to decide what to do with that.
Well, all of you all come out and we'll tell them to make some portraits of you as well, okay?
I had more hair at 100 than I do now, so I was happy.
And then April 26th, some of the most important people in our school district, besides our custodians and our bus drivers, are our administrative assistants, because they make the world go round, and we could not do what we do every day without our administrative staff. So it will be Administrative Professionals Day on April 26th, and so if you work in another industry, please don't forget that day to show them some love. And we also, it's Volunteer Appreciation Month as well, so we want to make sure that our volunteers know how much we appreciate them too. Also, I wanted to share, since we talked about the Rural Career Collaborative, Mr. Allman and I, we feel like we're back in graduate school with this process, but we are fully committed to getting this work done. And so to everyone in the audience, especially as we talk about preparing our secondary students and where we're headed in this country with education. So our students, they don't learn the same way that we all did, but some of the things that we learned at our core, we have to continue those things. We want to make sure our kids are able to socialize with others, look others in the eye, be able to interview appropriately, know about resume building, but most importantly, have empathy, know how to collaborate, how to agree and disagree with discourse without engaging in violence. But most importantly, we want them to know that we will meet them halfway. It can be a blend of all the generations coming together to ensure that they're successful. So in our cohort this past week, we learned that the industrial era of learning is transformative right now. It is in the middle of transformation. And this is where we're headed in terms of holistic education, is that our focus is on the whole child. We do have to make sure that we meet their social and emotional needs, the heart, the mind, the body, all of that. We heard a quote about Gen Z and Gen Alpha as the hoping and coping generation. We don't want our kids to just cope. We do want them to know that there's hope, and we want them to have faith that they can do anything that they put their minds to. But we do have to focus on the whole child as a community. Connection and community. I'm so happy to see the community here today. And as I said before, we can agree to disagree, but we should all be all in for kids. They are the most important people that we have to make sure have that firm foundation in life. And so they're all of our collective responsibility. And so we do want you to be part of that with us. High expectations for rigorous learning. We have to change the way that we educate our students and the way we facilitate that instruction for them. A lot of personalization learning is what we learned from being in DC. We saw kids building all kinds of things that we can't even fathom. One little girl that we saw in DC, she was building, something to help solve a problem in chemistry that she was struggling with through the use of robotics. She was coding, but it was going to help another child or another student be able to
learn a concept to make it easier in chemistry because she had found that difficult, and chemistry was her love and her passion. But she was already building. She had left the teacher. The teacher was facilitating and guiding. The teacher was not dictating what should be taught and what I should learn. And we really thought that was eye-opening for us. Relevant. Is it relevant to them? Is it going to be relevant for the experiences that they are going to encounter? And that personalization that I just talked about is customization. Will they have the flexibility in the classroom to be able to focus and pace and sequence their learning? And those are things that we're all learning as instructional leaders in the district, because we too can hold some of that back. So we've even had to check ourselves being in Washington, D.C. and hearing these young people talk about their learning opportunities. And then agency, allowing our students to advocate and voice their concerns as well and how we may be impacting their learning. But do they have the path? Have we helped them to see what it means to be employed, enrolled, enlisted? And if those are not their big three, then how can we help them channel what that opportunity needs to be for the rest of their lives? So this document was eye-opening for us. We are going to make a copy of that for all the principals and the board members so that we can continue to center ourselves around the customization and the personalization that our students have asked of us. And so to everyone in the room, I just want you all to know we do have a student advisory council that we meet with at least once a quarter. Ms. Medley, we meet with them, and they have wonderful ideas for me. They are part of the reason why we just asked for our bus drivers and our classified staff, because when I discovered they too were passionate about that topic, and if you go in our professional development room, you will see their feedback about what we should do to give our employees more incentives to work for our schools. They also have shared things with me in terms of they want a break in middle school, not recess, but I just need a little mental break, but I want to do my best. And I think the best idea that they have come up with is Know Your Numbers Day. And what is Know Your Numbers Day? Because we talked about whether or not you have to know the numbers for the rest of your life, your numbers that are associated with you. And we talked about GPAs and how to read your transcript, quality points. We talked about social security number and credit cards. I mean, they just did not know how much a number could impact your entire life. But I said, we're going to do that. We're going to do that next year. It's going to be about the numbers day. Because we have to take the time to teach them some of these life skills. Yes, we're trying to do ABC. We're on the path of continuous improvement. It's hard work. Everybody's not going to like the work. We have committed people to this work. We have committed children to this work. They are well aware that they are a district in improvement, but they also know we're on the move. And we know everybody is not going to be on board, and that is okay. As long as we continue to agree to disagree on behalf of children and continue to excel to greater heights on their behalf, I know that we can get there, because no product that's worth praising or celebrating gets there without hard work and discourse. So we are modeling for our children that we can do these things respectfully, but we will do so on their behalf and be their champions. So I want to thank everybody that's here tonight for your support for your schools, support for your teachers, but most importantly, remember, our behaviors can impact their outcomes. And I work on behalf not only the Board of Education and the entire community, but most importantly, I work on their behalf, and I know what they have said to me. So thank you all for being here. And if you are a volunteer in our school system, and you've been out to help us and support us, we want to thank you too during Volunteer Appreciation Week coming up in April. So thank you.
Madam Chair, can I have comment? Oh, no.
Yes, you can.
I would just like to say,
on behalf of our school visits that we did a couple of weeks ago. The excitement that I saw, that I witnessed, a learning environment that our children, they were engaged, they were excited, the teachers were amazing, they were providing instruction. I was so excited that I wanted to be out there. Children raising their hand because they knew the answers. Children working in their workbooks, doing fractions. What, second grade? I don't even like fractions, but I looked over their shoulder and they were doing fractions and they were getting it right. And they were, this teacher, I mean, I was so amazed. She was teaching sight words on her arm, and the children were following behind her. Children were reading out loud. Children were, oh my God, I was so excited. I was probably more excited than the children. But hats off. We visited MLA, Montgomery, Mount Gilead Elementary, and Page Street. Hats off to that staff. Hats off to the principal, because they have joined in, they have adopted the change, and those children were so excited. Like I said, I wanted to sit down and be one of the children because they were having a good time learning, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Are those children learning? Mr. Dozier at MLA, he engaged with a young man and told him a personal history story. That child engaged with him. And then another student was so interested in what they were doing that he came over. So, I have always been taught, don't focus on the negative. Find the positive and build on it. And if you build on that positive, you're going to get there. And I think at the installation, what we were told is we're going up, nowhere but up. And you can do that if you just change your focus. I'll say change your focus. Don't focus on what's negative. Don't focus on what other people are saying. Don't focus on what, those things in the atmosphere. Because life is a journey, and it's what you make it. And I worked in state government for 30 years, and every time the administration changed, of course we had change. Some people can adapt to change, others can't. But then it becomes a personal decision. If I don't want to follow the plan, if I don't want to adapt to change, I can get out. That's my way out. If I don't want to adapt to the change. But the change sometimes is what makes us to be the greatest that we can be. And so I said all that to say, you all went on the visits. Did y'all not see what I saw?
I didn't take those notes like you did.
Oh, I took notes. I took notes because I loved what was going on.
Getting late, Miss Smith.
The real-time lesson planning. I had never heard of that. And they were talking about it so that one school can see what another school is doing. Isn't that neat? And I had once heard a teacher say that they did not get a planning period. Well, I learned that day that children, the teachers get a planning period, and the children are in the library, art, or PE. Amazing. I didn't see that 2 years ago. I didn't see it. I'm not bashing anybody because I would not downgrade a teacher or anybody else. Because if I can't see the positive, I don't want to see anything. And I was always taught, and I'm going to shut up, I was always taught, if you can't say something good about somebody, do them a favor
and leave them alone. Thank you.
Well, we got thank you.
And I know that we're getting ready to, go to our next item on our agenda, but I just want everyone to know, you know, we have 3 pillars right now in our school district, and that is excellence, opportunity, and unity. You know, we don't come here to divide, we come here to collaborate and unify over the needs of children. And that's what we want to do, that's what we want to achieve. So, again, I just want to thank everyone for your support and being here for the kids. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Roseberry. We'll now be moving into closed session. The board will go into it for committee purposes to discuss confidential personnel matters and to consult with legal counsel. I need a motion. Motion and a second. All in favor? Potty break. Yeah, we did.
Wait.
Will you wait?
Oh, yeah, now I did wait.
Did he do that from here?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, you got to see the camera.
Call the meeting back to open session. One of the things that we need to talk about is we need a nomination to the legislative committee. That was sent out, and we have dates, July 20th, 10:30 to 3 in Raleigh, September 14th, 10:30 to 3, and then October 7th from 3 o'clock to 4:30. Are there any volunteers that wanted to do that? Don't everybody jump at once. Okay.
Volunteer.
All right, I have a volunteer. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? All right, now we move to the consent agenda. We're gonna start with the meeting minutes, the budget amendment, the facility, and the student transfer field trip request. Is there a motion to accept those?
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? And the personnel report, they need a motion?
Make a motion to hold that for the time being.
I have a motion to hold the personnel report. Do I have a second? I have a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Yeah, budget was in there. Yep.
And facility.
Yep. All right, so I have a motion by Mr. Dozier. I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Sure there's no one opposed.